Hey guys, we're live, and we're just going to guys. It's me, Felicia. How's everybody doing today? So, Gypsy Rover wanted me to start the show tonight, guys. Definitely. Itch. I don't think I can do the stand-up show today, guys. Hate to have to do everything sitting down. If I can get everybody in, good. Totally. Still. Getting a bit of a tilt. There we go. Get a bit of a tilt up there again. Perfect. Got what I need, a good focus, and then I have to tilt it down when I sit down. So, welcome to Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys. I guess I'm supposed to hold the lantern. But, so basically, guys, I'm starting the show tonight. Felicia Liliani, which is me. Gypsy Rover is going to be here momentarily, guys. Momentarily. So we're going to get the party on started here, guys, in a minute. I'm going to make sure that all TVs are down, that kind of stuff like that, so it doesn't interact with what I'm doing. Totally. So guys, feel free to join in, jump around, hit rhythm. Sorry, that's a terrible picture of me getting ready. More or less. And
give me a sign. And catch her breathing even closer behind. Touching the ground, I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Smell like a sound, I'm lost in the crowd, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Starlight, disco and rhyme, I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Mouth is alive, juice is like wine, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Start through the forest, too close to hide. I'll be upon you by the moonlight side. High blood drumming on your skin, it's so tight. You feel my heat, I'm just a moment behind. In touch with the ground, I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Center the sound, I'm lost and found, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Start on the night, it's gonna rhyme. I howl in the wine, I'm after you. Mouth is alive, I'm running inside, and I'm hungry like the wolf. I'm after you. I smell like a sound. I'm lost and found, and I'm hungry like the wolf. It's not on the line. It's not a rhyme. I'm on the hunt. I'm after you. Nothing's alive. Just as like wine, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Running around, free from the crowd. I'm on the hunt, I'm after you. Center the sound, I'm lost and found, and I'm hungry like the wolf. Turn the line, it's gone right. I heard the wine, I'm after you. It's close to midnight. Something evil's lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, it's feels like that almost stops your heart. You try to scream, but dare I take the sound before you make it. You start to freeze, and so it looks you right between your eyes. You're paralyzed, 'cause this is dead night, and no one's gonna save you from the beast of the strike. You know it's dead. You're fighting for your life inside a get up, you hit the doors, realize there's nowhere left to run. You feel the cold, I wonder if you ever see the sun. You close your eyes and hope that this is just imagination. Girl, but all the while, you're a creature creeping up behind. You're out of time. The death is real. There's no escaping the jaws of the alien this time. They're about to get you. The demons closer in on every side. They will possess you unless you change that number on the dial. Now is the time for you and I to cuddle close together. All through the night, I'll save you from the terror on the screen. I'll make you see that this is better. I can feel the moment that we go through that dance. So let me hold you. Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize your neighborhood. And whosoever shall be found without the souls for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse shell. The foulest stench is in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver, for no mortal can resist the evil of the thriller. wire. Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Better run, 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 run away. Oh, psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Better run, 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 run away. Oh, you start a conversation, you can't even finish. You're talking a lot, but you're not saying anything. When I have nothing to say, my lips are sealed. Say something once, why say it again? Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Better run, 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 run away. Oh, oh, oh. Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Better run, 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 run away. Oh, oh, oh. the shout. No time to be found in this country. People get you hungry. Destination unknown, double cross messenger, all alone. Can't get no connection, can't get through. Where are you? Well, the night is heavy on his guilty mind. This far from the borderline. The hitman knows him well, he has been cheating. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to Everybody's looking for something. Moving on, moving on, moving on, moving Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? And travel the world, seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? And travel the world and seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and seven seas. Everybody is looking for something. Dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and seven seas. Everybody is looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and seven seas. Everybody is looking for something. The last fire will rise behind those eyes. Black house will rock. Blind boys don't lie. Fear. Voice so clear through broken walls. That scream I hear. Cry, little sister. Come to your brother. Treat me, sister. Love is with your brother. Blue masquerade, strangers will come. When will they know this loneliness? Temptation beats like a drum deep in your veins. I will not lie, little sister. Come to your brother. Treat me, sister. Love is with your brother. can't forget why you were mine. I need you Come to your brother. Check sister. Love is with your brother. Cry, little sister. Come to your brother. Check sister. Someone turn the lights down, and lock the door. We're gonna let this feeling under. We gotta produce and turn it all the way. Until you know, dancing till your heart stops. Until you know, dancing till your feet fall off. I don't wanna sit down, I don't need no easy chair. Someone turn the clock down, we ain't gonna go there. Hey, now we gotta go with big like sunset. No one can stop us now, we're going all the way. Until you go, dance until your heart stops. Rock until you go, dance until your feet fall off. We're gonna let this feeling under. Try it to rock so now we got it going big like thunder. It's over and it's through, it's through, it's through. Rock until you go, dance until your heart stops. Rock until you go, dance until your feet fall off. It's better if we let go. Yeah, dance until your heart stops. Everybody say, rock until you go. Party till your feet fall off. Rock until you go. Dance until your heart stops. Rock until you go. Dance until your feet fall off. I realize it's right. It's having me for dinner tonight. Quietly nods, shaking his head, creeps closer now, closer to the house on his head, and softer shadow and curving face. His arms are around me, and he's in my eyes. Come now, my precious boy, don't struggle like that. Oh, no. But you to get away, turn on the light. The Spider-Man is having you for dinner tonight. And I feel like I'll be there. Thousand lights showing through the holes. Right in the morning, I wake up in the shivering cold. The Spider-Man.
Couple more for you guys in my time frame here. So I want you to get ready. Again, guys, it's a Felicia moment. Felicia, not Alicia. Felicia. There's a difference. A lot of things here in Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys. Totally. Their Halloween show, with it being Halloween. And we will have the regular haunted house too, as well. And we get those fancy colored boots. Totally. Oh, fit too. Okay. Hope you guys are enjoying the show tonight, guys. Remember, you're live with me, Felicia. Now, I do a lot of things on here I normally wouldn't do, but that's okay. Hope you guys are having fun. Probably due to weapon policies, you will not see me and Annie running around with any guns or anything else like that. So guys, let's have a wonderful, safe Halloween.
You know what feet can do?
Sorry guys,
Everything. They can walk, run fast. Stop!
I'm gonna do this one a little different, guys.
Because feet are awesome. With the right support, they can do anything. Dr. Schultz, we heart feet.
Fucking beautiful.
Something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! If it's something weird and it don't look good, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Things running through your head. Who can you call? Ghostbusters! An invisible man sleeping in your bed. Ow, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
Ah, Pringles Pete. Hey. Oh, shit.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! If you're all alone, pick up the phone and call Ghostbusters! I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I hear it likes the girls. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! You have ghosts of a freaking ghost, baby. You better call Ghostbusters! Let me tell you something. Bustin' makes me feel good. No ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Don't get caught alone, oh no. Ghostbusters! When it comes through your door, unless you just want some more, I think you better call Ghostbusters! Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Think you better call Ghostbusters! Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! I can't breathe. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Louder! Ghostbusters! Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Who can you call? Ghostbusters! Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
London's got a massive history, culture, innovation.
Descifrar los códigos de una ciudad tan compleja, diversa. Seguro que habrá un plato en Rinse que se llamará Londres.
bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting tang walla walla bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting tang walla walla bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting tang walla walla bang bang. Ting tang walla walla bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting tang walla walla bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting tang walla walla bang bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting tang walla walla bang bang. I told the witch doctor I was in love with you. I told the witch doctor I was in love with you. And then the witch doctor, he told me what to do. He told me, ting tang, walla walla bang bang. 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 I told the witch doctor you love me true. I told the witch doctor you didn't love me nice. And then the witch doctor, he gave me this advice. Ting tang, walla walla bang bang. 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 You can keep your love for me just like you were a miser. And I'll admit it wasn't very strong. So I went out to find myself a guy that's so much wiser. He told me the riddle in your heart. Ooh, ee, ah, ah. Ooh, ee, ah, ah. Ooh, ee, ah, ah. Ting tang, walla walla bang bang. I'm on a ooh, ee, ah, ah. Ting tang, walla walla bang bang. Ooh, ee, ah, ah. Ting tang, walla walla bang bang. Ooh, ee, ah, ah. Ting tang, walla walla bang bang. Ooh, ee, ah, ah. Ting tang, walla walla bang bang.
We're going to, guys, leave you with one more, and I think Gypsy Rover has entered the building. And this one's not Halloween, guys, but we're going to do it anyways. Here we go. In fact, he is in the building. Yeah, right here in Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys. This is his favorite. Well, be a she now, but anyhow, doesn't matter. Okay. Gypsy Rover came over the hill, down to the valley so shady. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of a lady. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-doo-da-dee. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-day. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of a lady. She left her father's castle again. She left her own fond lover. She left her servants and her state to follow the gypsy rover. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-doo-da-dee.
Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-day. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of a lady. Her father saddled up his fastest steed, rode the valleys over, sought his daughter at great speed, and the whispered gypsy rolled over. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-doo-da-day. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-day. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of a lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, we say goodbye to Felicia for tonight. Gotcha, it's fine. By the river Clay, there was the music and there was wine. To Foxy and his gypsy. Pringles Creek thing. Sorry. Gypsy. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-doo-da-day. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-day. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of a lady.
It's
No gypsy, my father, she said. All friends his heart was over. I was new to my dying days, whistling gypsy over. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-doo-da-day. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-day. Ignore the beagle digging, guys. He's sounding wise. People are just rude. And he won the heart of a lady. We're going to take you back to the beginning of that one, guys. You know what? Sing on in. Gypsy Rover came over the hill, down to the valley so shady. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of a lady. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-doo-da-day. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-day. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of a lady.
She left
Her father's castle gate, she left her own fond lovers, she left her servants, her estates, to follow the gypsy rover. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-doo-da-day. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-day. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of the lady.
her
Father settled and his castle stayed, roamed the valleys all over. He sought his daughter in grandest speed, the whistling gypsy rover. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-doo-da-day. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-day. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of a lady. Don't mind Beagle guys, because they're just really digging through right now. It's fine. Down by the river's Clay, he left his music, and there was a wine for the gypsy and his lady. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-doo-da-day. Ah-dee-doo-ah-dee-day. He whistled and he sang till the green woods rang, and he won the heart of a lady. He's no gypsy, my father, she said, It's all the times all over. And I will stay till my dying days. My whistling gypsy roll over. Ah-dee-doo, ah-dee-doo, da-day. Ah-dee-doo, ah-dee-day. He whistled and he sang till the green was right. And he won the hearts of our lady.
This Dyson high-speed hyperdymium motor.
I gotta give the narrator a bit of a break, guys, because we're gonna get into something spooky here tonight. Felicia has opened tonight's YouTube show, guys. Thank you very much. She did an awesome job. Sorry, I was a little late, but at least she took over the first half. Ain't that right? To our ghost, Pringles Pete. Yay, Gypsy Rover. Ah, you got the name right. I'm surprised you're not going around calling me a Dipsy. Yeah, I was thinking that. Oh, yeah. Well, you keep a thinking because your ghostly brain is got to be functional for Halloween night. Actually, kind of, you got no head to think of it. So technically, you probably don't have a brain. Yeah. Well, that's what they all say. Okay. I just teasing you there, bud. Totally. Anyhow, I had to pull up my chair. I ain't gonna kill this little thingy dingy. This is a Felicia thingy dingy. She always loves bright colors for some reason. You can dress her, but you can never take her out. There we go. What a hell of a reach. I'll tell you. Man, what a fruitcake she is. Yeah, we will not go there at all. Don't you say nothing, Pringles Pete. My lips are sealed. Yeah, they better be. Because I'm going to seal them up with crazy glue in a minute. When I find your little ghostly lips. My hand don't go through your head. Oh, you don't have a head right through your chest. Whatever. Anyhow. Oh. Now I'm going to readjust the camera. Man, women are picky. They like to have their camera a certain way. That's okay. There we go. That is nothing new. I can be twice as picky. Totally. But she did a great job. She always does a great job. Just like you guys know, Felicia is our birthday princess. Comes and goes. Definitely. Normally, like I said, like she said before, she appears on Vigo here and there. Her TikTok. She does her own thingy. Like she said, if we weren't in COVID-19 times, she'd be going visiting people having birthdays and giving them a birthday surprise. Popping in, saying hello to them, wishing them a happy birthday, that kind of thing. 15-second visit, and then she go, adios, she gone. She comes and goes. Definitely. Now, she always leaves my stage in a mess. It never fails. But anyhow, that's okay. I will not get into my pet peeve. I'll tell you on that subject. I like to avoid politics as much as possible. Thank you very much. Enough heads roll in this haunted cabin. We don't need any more rolling across the Wicker Square. Definitely, I just try to avoid the freaky thing. Anyhow, little one came up. Lovely. Man, am I sweating like a rose bush. I tell you. Almost down to a whisper, because I tell you, something likes to move around. I tell you, especially when we get to haunted headless head hunters. one being which they also pop in and out. Definitely. I think I know why Felicia pops in and out, because she is smarter than you, Pringles Pete. I tell you, she knows at the proper time schedule when to get in the cabin, when to get out of the cabin. I tell you, she's not like Alicia. She makes it past before it gets out, before darkfall. I'll tell you, before the haunted headless headhunters kind of take over and haunt everything. And she knows when they're going to be around the Wicker Square, and she gets around everything. she made it past the door all the time. Not like you make it to the floor, I tell you. With Pringles sprung from one end of the floor to the other. Oh, what a mess. Totally. Bit of a joke, bit of sense of humor. Man, am I working up a sweat? Damn. Am I working up a sweat? Now, like I said, I gotta be careful, because when my back is turned, a lot of crazy, frightening, spooky, fruity stuff happens behind my back. Totally. Well, I knew about Felicia opening the show, because we arranged for that ahead of time. It's not like she's like these ghostly type thingies that like to creep around and sneak behind my back and pop up wherever. More or less, Lisa, she gives me wind when she's gonna come. She's gonna pop in, come and go. Totally. She tells me ahead of time. Totally. And again, thank you when she was on Beagle. Thank you again, Pringles Pete, for running the telephone call. But did you have to tell her that I was held up for 6 hours waiting for the line to hurry up, and waiting for some big fat jumbo fat ladies to hurry up and move through the Walmart line? Did you have to tell the whole Beagle community that? Because you told her she was on Beagle when you called her. Oh, I didn't know that, Gypsy over. Yeah, Pringles Pete, you might want to watch what the hell you say on the phone. Because she was live on Beagle, and you told her there was an army of fat ladies holding up the line at Walmart. Holy jumpins. Because they were too fat to move. Pringles Pete, I'm telling you, you come out with the weirdest shit at the weirdest time. Totally. Even for being a First Southern Baptist, Pringles Holzman's ghost, I'll tell you. After that, you're definitely stupid on that one. Totally stupid on that one, I tell you. There's just things in this world, but Pringles Pete, you keep confidential to yourself. Balays. Definitely, especially during COVID-19 times. I tell you, that's not the safest. So lesson learned, guys. Don't ever go on an outing or shopping with the ghost of Pringles Pete. I'll tell you, do you go shopping with him? I'll tell you, because he's an embarrassment. I heard I was hoping you would hear that. Totally. I was hoping. I know you're a ghost and you're somewhere back there, but I'll tell you, it's. I would rather next time take my little Chihuahua Lily. At least she is quiet. Definitely, she's not a loudmouth ghost like you are. Definitely. But I have to agree. So, Pringles Pete, you were here to see the opening of the show. What did you think of it? Oh, I thought it was pretty good. Oh, that Felicia. Oh, man, couldn't she wiggle her hippie whippies. Don't go there, Pringles Pete. Definitely don't you go there. Definitely. You're looking in directions you should not be looking. Definitely. Well, can I help it? She had a goosebump suit on. Oh, wow. That makes a difference. Ghosts, I tell you. Can't live without them. You just have to, if you can't live without them, you got to live with them. You got to tolerate them. I don't know how I became a ghost in the same cabin with this knucklehead. I'll tell you. Well, he don't even have a head. What am I talking about? Nobody in this cabin has heads except for me. I better shut my mouth or mine will be gone. Well, mine did go a long time ago. And see, what in the first year we started the Haunted Hunters cabin, haunted house. What am I talking about? I have my own ghost in here too to worry about. I shouldn't have to worry about all these other ghosts and goodies. I ain't no ghost sitter. Definitely. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to burp. Definitely had to burp. I must have been in a rush too much. That's what happens when you're in a hurry. You build up too much gas in your system. And you burp. Not fun. Not fun at all. Definitely. I tell you. I always have a great time. There will be, still guys, there will be times too before we actually get into the spooky part of Haunted Hunters cabin here because we're getting close to Halloween. Again, today's Thanksgiving Monday, so technically it's the last day of the Thanksgiving weekend here in Canada. But I tell you, we're knocking on Halloween big time, guys. It's sneaking up on us totally. And then guys, after this we have Christmas Elf Lounge. Just let you guys know, sorry guys, there's no bebopping and dancing in Christmas Elf Lounge. That's why Halloween is basically the only time we get away with that. I'll tell you. Now New Year's is a different story. There is always bebopping and dancing. Yay, especially when Felicia does. Yeah, you know what? Will you stop fanning on it? First of all, Felicia's a real live living human being. You're dead. You've been dead since 2017. Since the headless headhunters chased you across the Wicker Square and cut your head off and threw your Pringles on the floor with your head. So what are you talking about? You're sitting there womanizing the living. They're not going to sleep with you. They're scared of you. Definitely. They know you exist, but you frighten them. I tell you, they're not going to take you as no Casper the Friendly Ghost. You know that. Jeepers. Yeah, I know. I'm just teasing you, Gypsy Rover. I know. I have nothing against. Ghostly fantasization or ghostlies or ghosts. Fantasizing or having their fantasy. They're just like us, living humans. They have their fantasies. They're allowed to. They have their feelings. They have their emotions at times too. There's nothing wrong with that, Pringles Pete. I'm just shooting you the horse hoof. Okay? Man, he takes things so seriously at times. I'll tell you. But he does. He laughs at it all the time. And yes, I have to get him another can of Pringles. Totally. I heard that. Yeah. Okay, I know you heard that. Okay, what did I say then? Smart ass? Oh, you said you were going to buy another can of Pringles. Took the words right out of my mouth. Definitely took the words out of my mouth. He does this all the time. It never fails. Okay, can we get on with the show now? Because, like I said, there'll be witches creeping around here. The headless headhunters are on the way back to the cabin to haunt again. Means there's going to be witch sounds and chants again. I'm going to go white now. Yeah, well, you don't have to worry about anything. You're already ghost. You don't have to hide. They already know. They already in ghost and trapped you, and they already made you go to the hunter's cabin. You know, so they defeated you a long time ago. Tell you that. It's that he, like I said, he's Pringles Pete. He's got too much of a religious personality at times. I tell you, for a ghost, he is too religious. It makes me laugh. Definitely. But that's okay, Pringles Pete. You can go on, and if you want, and go say hi to Lily. She's little Lily. She's in the other room. Okay, I'm gonna go see her. Yeah, okay. And this time, please do not slam the door. He is never. I tell you, he is never gonna learn. He is never gonna learn. I tell you, I give up with some of these ghosts around here. I tell you, darn. Oh man, getting don't want to knock over the narrator. I made that mistake too many times. Indefinitely. So, guys, tonight's the only night that Felicia's going to start off the show. Well, we may have her as a sit down guest sometime in closer to Halloween and that, but this is where the haunted house gets very, 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 very serious. Totally. Sometimes it can be comical, but just in case it gets frightening, guys, that's why I always say, 18, nobody under the age of 18. 18 plus, because it's, it may get a little frightening or whatever at times. Not saying that anybody under 18 can't watch, but make sure if you are watching, just make sure you're well supervised by an adult that's 18 and over. Because there's some scenes that might actually, in the haunted hunter's cabin, haunted house here, will actually scare you or probably frighten you. Like I said, guys, you probably notice we do. No, I do not have hangout. No, go jump in the lake. More for announcements. We've got TikTok working, definitely. Pretty soon we're gonna have to kind of tone down to a whisper because it's a ghost ledge now, and this is the part of the show, guys, where they haunt. Definitely.
Babe, are you gonna get on? I've been waiting for 20 minutes. What are you doing?
1 second, babe. I'm trying
Sorry
to
about the ads on the narrator, guys. I gotta get that fixed.
I'm a 20-year-old male, and this happened to me in the winter of 2018, the day after Christmas. Me and my parents were on vacation in Maine, visiting my grandmother. As you can probably imagine, being in the state of Maine during the winter, it was freezing. We came up from Texas, so this was definitely not my climate, if you know what I mean. My parents had gone out to visit a friend who lived in the area, while me and my grandmother stayed back and watched some movies. My grandmother turned in at about 8 o'clock, and I eventually got bored of watching TV, so I decided to put on my coat and go for a walk outside. My grandmother's neighborhood has this neat stone maze, complete with angel statues and fountains. It was really cool, and something you really don't see a whole lot in neighborhoods these days. My grandmother's neighborhood was one of those 50-plus communities. I doubt you could have something like this in a neighborhood full of kids without it getting defaced with spray-painted pictures of penises or something. For me, I actually admired works of
I should have viewed
architecture
this story
like
first.
this
Sorry, guys.
and was impressed by the amount of effort it must have taken to construct it. It was open from dusk till dawn. However, my grandmother told me that there was no neighborhood security during the holidays, and no one would say anything if I wanted to go through the maze after hours. So I did just that. I brought a flashlight with me, of course, and it took me about 5 minutes to reach the entrance of the maze from my grandmother's place. The maze wasn't massive, but it was big enough that you could get turned around, at least for a little bit. If I could give you guys a somewhat accurate visual of this maze, think of the maze in Resident Evil 4, where Leon had to fight off those dogs and gather puzzle pieces. That's roughly the same size as this maze. When I walk through this maze during the daytime, I would usually listen to my headphones, but something told me not to put them on that night, and it's a good thing that I followed my instincts. After I'd say it was about 10 minutes, I suddenly heard the sound of metal scraping against the stone walls. As soon as I heard the sound, alarm bells went off in my head. I froze in place and carefully listened for any other sounds. The scraping noise came again, except this time there was a deep voice that followed it.
Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
This sent chills down my spine, realizing that I was now in a maze at night with a possible maniac. The maze had these areas where a statue or a fountain would be. In these locations, there was shrubbery that lined the maze walls. There was just enough space between the wall and the bushes for a small person like me to hide behind. And since I didn't know the best route to exit the maze from where I was, I decided that the best course of action was to hide. I made my way into the area where a statue of David the Archangel was, and I quickly took cover behind the shrubbery that lined the walls. The streetlights located outside of the maze provided enough light for you to see your surroundings. However, it was still dark enough to obscure the details of objects and people. I feel that I needed to point that out, because from my hiding spot, I could see the corridor that I entered from. After about a minute, I watched a dark figure emerge from the shadows and make its way in front of the statue. I remember thinking how awesome it would be if the statue came to life and helped me out of this situation. But that thought quickly faded when the figure made its way directly in front of me. I could now see that it was holding something in its hands. I know that I said that you really couldn't tell any distinguishing features of objects because of the poor lighting. However, it was obvious what the figure was holding. Even in the dark, I could make out the distinct shape of a pickaxe. As the figure moved slowly through the area, I heard what I can only describe as teeth clattering. This only disturbed me even more as the dark shadow moved to the other side of the area and disappeared into the opposite corridor. After a few minutes of gathering my wits, I was reasonably sure that if I went back down the way I came, I could backtrack and make my escape. I cautiously moved out from my hiding spot to the corridor. I stopped in my tracks as I heard the sound of metal scraping again. It was coming from the opposite corridor where the figure had vanished. Before I could turn to look, I heard that same deep voice cut through the silence.
I see you.
I turned my head to see the figure running towards me, pickaxe raised above its head. That's when I took off through the corridor and frantically made my way through the dark maze. There was no time to navigate through the maze properly, so I just had to guess my way through the labyrinth as the lunatic with the pickaxe closed in behind me. After about 5 minutes of twists and turns, I finally saw the exit. I tore through the snow-covered ground and towards the opening. Just before I crossed the threshold, I heard a loud smash coming from right behind me. I gave a quick glance to see the pickaxe lying in the snow by the entrance. What I think happened was that my pursuer saw that I was about to exit the maze and decided to heave his pickaxe at me, but missed. As soon as I was outside of my grandmother's house, I pulled out my phone and called the police. But like with most stories like this, They arrived too late. Having experienced this myself, I can tell you that this outcome does make sense. My assailant failed to capture or kill me, so I don't think that they would stick around for the police to show up. The officers took my statement and did a thorough search of the area. They also had a squad car patrolling through the neighborhood for the rest of that night. I didn't tell my parents or my grandmother what happened until the next day. I figured that there was no need to worry them that night. I consider myself to be a pretty level-headed person, and that's mainly why I chose to share my story. Situations like this are terrifying, but you have to try to keep your wits about you. If I had lost my composure in that maze, I'm pretty sure that pickaxe would have found its way into my skull.
At TD, we know a time will come when we'll look back and remember when life looked like this.
I grew up in the Midwest United States. During the 90s, my family lived in a tight-knit community, and we would often have get-togethers and barbecues with our neighbors. It was truly the American dream. My brother and I were very good friends with all the kids from our neighborhood, and whenever we'd have one of these gatherings, all the kids would get together for a game of manhunt. To avoid any of the back and forth of who would be chosen as the hider and the seekers, my brothers and I would usually volunteer to be the seekers. There was this giant forest area outside of our neighborhood where the games would take place. And since we would often go fishing with my dad around this area, we knew it pretty well. You could say we were all very competitive. I remember it was the 4th of July, 1996. The entire community threw a party at the neighborhood park. And of course, this meant that we kids were going to have our traditional game of manhunt, one of the biggest we've ever had, and it would take place after the fireworks show. By the time the fireworks stopped, I'd say it was around 9:30 p.m. Shortly after, we gathered everyone for a game and began around 9:45. Things started out like any other game. We caught most of the low-level hiders within the first 10 minutes. However, there were still some of the older kids hiding out in some of the more obscured areas of the park. We were always told never to go too deep into the woods. To give you some perspective, the park we were at was at the very back of our neighborhood. Beyond that was the forest that went on for about 3 miles before you got to the highway that led into town. There was no hunting allowed in this forest because of its proximity to residential areas, so we would often see a lot of deer and other animals roaming about. Anyways, the game went on for a while longer, and despite their best efforts, we apprehended most of the hiders, except for a girl who was about 8 years old. We'll call her Ashley. I found this to be very odd because Ashley wasn't the best hider. We made our way to the small lake besides the clubhouse. This was the last area we would check before letting someone know that we couldn't find Ashley. It was about this time that I began to feel this sinking feeling in my stomach. I was only 11 years old at the time, but I could tell there was something wrong. I distinctly remember seeing the moon reflecting brightly upon the surface of the water as we made our way around the lake. When we got to the far side of the lake, we started hearing a strange noise coming from within the trees. It sounded like someone was being brutally stabbed over and over again, but no screams were accompanying the awful sound. The three of us approached the tree line. When my brother pointed his flashlight into the trees, we saw a hooded figure with its back turned to us. They appeared to be kneeling down and stabbing at something with a large hunting knife. As soon as the beam of light fell upon the figure, it immediately stopped what it was doing and stood up. The next thing I remember is my oldest brother covering my eyes with his free hand and telling us to run back to the park. The three of us took off and ran towards the party. I remember hearing the sounds of thudding boots tearing through the bush behind us. And as soon as we got back to the party, my older brother told my dad about the man in the woods. The rest of the night is a blur to me. I only remember seeing the police showing up and me falling asleep in my dad's arms. The next morning I was told that Ashley ended up leaving with her parents while the game was still going on, which explains why we couldn't find her. I didn't get a good look at what the hooded man had been stabbing at, but my brother told me it was a deer carcass. Looking back, I suppose we could just chalk it up to someone hunting in a restricted area. There's still something that bothers me. What kind of person rapidly stabs at a dead deer in the dark? And even though he was nowhere to be seen by the time we got back to the party, I'm certain that he was chasing us, at least for a short distance. It makes me wonder what he would have done if he caught us. That was the very last game of Manhunt our neighborhood ever played.
I'm a female in her 30s. I was born and raised in Gainesville, Florida. About a decade ago, while I was still in college, I would often take babysitting jobs to make extra money. I usually would watch Mrs. Gruder's two young boys named Ashton and Samuel. They were twins and were very well behaved. It was always a pleasure spending the night with them. This was around late October on a Friday. Right after my class let out, I went straight over to Mrs. Gruder's place. She and her husband planned on going out of town for a few days, and I was to watch over the twins until their aunt came over on the following day. This worked out well for me, because the boys and I would usually watch TV in the living room until around 8:30, which was when I was to put them to bed. I planned on spending the rest of the night studying for the upcoming mid-semester exam. After I put the boys to bed, I was working on my laptop in the living room, when suddenly, that eerie feeling of being watched came over me. I tried to shake off this feeling, but I became increasingly uncomfortable. It got so bad that I had to get up and look out the back patio door. When I looked out, the only thing I saw was an empty backyard. But something did catch my eye. Towards the fence that separated their yard from the neighbors was one of those old metal swing sets. I remember Mrs. Gruder mentioning at some point that it was left over from the previous owners of the house. There were only two swings on the set, and one of them was rocking back and forth, the way it would if someone had just gotten up from it. When I turned back around, I was nearly startled to death to see that Sam was standing directly behind me. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. After stopping myself from going into cardiac arrest, I asked Sammy what he was doing out of bed. His response made my blood turn to ice. "The woman with no head is keeping me up. Can you please tell her to leave?" I was floored to hear him say that, especially after experiencing that uneasy feeling while I was studying. But my rationality took a hold of me, and I told him that he just had a bad dream. But he asked me to come with him back to his room and stay with him until he fell asleep again. Of course, I obliged him. I adored Sammy, and I would have done anything for him or his brother. When we got back into his bedroom, I was surprised to see that Ash was sitting up in bed. As soon as he saw us, he asked his brother, "Did you tell her about the woman that was in here?" Sam responded, "Yes, but she thinks I was having a bad dream. I didn't know that you saw her too." I was immediately put on edge. If Sammy was just having a nightmare, why did Ashton see the same thing? I tried my best to convince the boys that because they were twins, they shared a special connection. And when one of them would have a bad dream, the other could sometimes feel it too. I didn't believe my own words, but I didn't want to bring up the word ghost because I didn't know how their mother would react to me explaining to them what a ghost was. I decided to stay with the boys and read them a bedtime story until they fell back asleep. Once they were both snoring again, I made my way back into the living room. I immediately noticed that I never closed the blinds above the patio door. As I approached the door, a stranger stepped into view. It was a woman wearing an old-fashioned dress. She appeared to have no color to her. She looked like she came right off the screen of one of those old-timey black and white movies. She did not look like someone who was living in the 21st century. The woman stared daggers at me. I could feel the hatred behind her cold eyes. What happened next is something that I still try to convince myself didn't happen, but my memory is just too vivid for me to be making this up. The woman's head did a 360 and then simply fell off her body. I remember putting one hand over my mouth to stop myself from screaming. The headless apparition remained standing, even after its head fell off. I know that what I'm about to say will make no sense to anyone listening, but I could still feel the woman's cold stare, even though her head was now gone. The image of the headless woman faded from view, and I quickly closed the blinds and made my way back into the boys' bedroom. I slipped under the covers with Sammy and stared at the bedroom door until I eventually passed out. I told no one about what I saw. It wasn't until I got into my car after the boys' aunt came to relieve me that I had a complete nervous breakdown. I never told the Gruters what I experienced because I didn't want to risk them switching babysitters. I cared too much about Ash and Sammy to allow something like this to prevent me from ever seeing them again. I continued to babysit for the Gruters until the twins were old enough to look after themselves. The Gruter house was located in a pretty unremarkable neighborhood. It was about as normal as you could get. Paranormal activity was the last thing I ever expected to experience there. Gainesville has quite the history, so I'm pretty sure there are more than a few restless spirits wandering about. And although I never went through anything like that again, I would still sometimes see one of those old swings rocking back and forth in the dark.
Thank you for joining.
Hey everyone, Uncle Unit here, and thank you for tuning in to today's episode of Based on True Events. I want to give a shout out to today's special guest, Jensen, for joining me in today's video. If you enjoyed his narration and would like to hear more creepy stories, I recommend that you check out his channel. A link will be in the description. And if you would like your story to be featured in this series, send in your written experience to the email that you see on screen now. You guys have a great weekend. And until next time,
So basically, guys,
There's gonna be a time tonight.
sorry guys, we weren't ready for that one. Maybe like last night, get spooky. Last 2 nights, get me, maybe not. Good to go. idea. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Here it is. Have a look. Don't mind any of these guys, it's just DJ sending messages. People in New York. know. Hey, sweetie. Come here. Hey. Continuing before time starts getting spooky, eh? Yeah, come on. Okay, ready? You do the blow, okay? You see that? You do that. Like your mama. Getting spooky, let's do this. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna get coffee and wake myself up. It's so relaxed here in Huntington. Sometimes it's actually it's quiet. It's actually hard to get used to. Sometimes it's only here, it's just a crack here in the fireplace. Or the wind. It changes from time to time, guys. And it haunts too. We have something at the back. Besides that. So I paused the narrator for a second, guys. Because there's something moving behind me. Totally something moving around behind me. Well, YouTube Live, we're gonna take. Oh, no way. I'll wait till the really spooky end of stuff. Towards when it's quiet. Definitely.
The Hyundai Factory Authorized Clear Out is on now. Get amazing offers on the new Hyundai Elantra.
Look, if you fight or argue in your relationship and that little 5 foot tall, 120 pound gremlin is that.
A few nights ago, I decided to fire up the Lucifer altar, which is right over there. The minute I lit it up, put on the incense, I felt his presence right away. I actually was surprised how fast I felt his presence. I noticed the incense, how it was kind of going this way into the pentagram, which kind of blew me away because I have no air, no draft up in this temple, nothing that would cause that. I was so impressed that after about 15 minutes of meditating on the sigil, I wanted to capture it. And here's some footage.
Oh, it's a new one.
Because I had contact right away with Lucifer, I decided that I was going to start or do a ritual the next night. Now, this is the thing. The minute I decided to do that ritual, I started hearing a voice tell me that this camera was going to shut off. And I knew exactly when this was going to shut off. The night before the ritual, I was actually dreaming about how I was going to perform this ritual and that the camera was going to shut off. The next day, next night, setting up for the ritual, I set up the camera. I knew that camera was going to shut off, and I knew exactly when it was going to shut off, where exactly it was going to shut off in this ritual. And it shut off exactly where I thought it was going to shut off. So, here's the footage, and it's just going to end, but you'll see for yourself. Enjoy. circle. I respectfully ask you to go. Use my body, teacher, father, master, Lucifer. Liftoff. Mazzoth. Astral. Lucifer. Liftoff. Mazzoth. Lucifer. Liftoff. Mazzoth. Astral. Lucifer. Liftoff.
Sometimes life doesn't go as planned, but GoDaddy.
Training the mind is often quite different to how people imagine it to be. Maybe they have an idea it's about stopping thoughts or eliminating feelings, but the reality is a bit different. An easy way to think of it is to imagine yourself sitting on the side.
I've always loved Halloween. Halloween, from the time I was a little boy, was the holiday. This idea really came about as almost every idea that I've ever created as a story for my children. In this case, I was sitting with my daughter. We were sitting in front of the house, and the neighborhood cat came by named Sam. And he kind of dragged himself across her legs and then went off to one of his adventures. And I said to Lexi, did you know that he was really a little boy? And I said that witches had turned him into a cat. And her eyes were huge, and she just kind of looked at him, and she was fascinated to know about the boy that was turned into a cat and why the witches turned him into a cat. I just started creating.
Hello, I'm Disney Dave, and welcome to my channel. Here, you can find things all Disney and Walt Disney World. If you're new to my channel, hit the subscribe button, and don't forget to click the bell icon to be notified when new content is uploaded.
Emily. Emily. Elijah, nice to see my sister Emily. Hey, but look, they conjure. Oh God, the woods! Emily! She's done for. Not yet. You wake my father. Summon the elders. Go! There's a whole montage of me back when we were in Salem running through forest. It was so thick you couldn't move, and I was running full speed through this, and this cross got caught on something and tore, and it was like in the forest, so they couldn't find it. And the prop guy was just going, "Oh man, it was like a nightmare." So he broke 2 twigs off of a tree and he glued them on together like that. So at the beginning of the movie, like it's a real neat cross, and then later on in the movie, it's like it's all jacked. It's a twig. There's like a big ball of glue all linked together. This is Winifred's book. We have 3 different books, and this is the one with just the eye. Now this is the skin of human people. Then we have on the binder, it's held by fingers. This is a practical book. This is a book that has all the spells in it.
We would have these meetings where we talked about Winifred with Bette. We would physicalize her.
I spent a lot of time just trying to figure out what she was going to look like. I thought because she was so very vain, she had serious makeup, which was very white except for 2 little cheeks. And then like a little rosebud mouth. That was important because I wanted her to have teeth because basically she was a flesh eater, but it also gave her a very kind of cuckoo appearance. Who's that? And the hair, I took from Elizabeth I of England. As far as the
was crying, I did I was embracing her. Is the not I did a study? Really, that I had made a study how I was crying, I did I was embracing her. Avoiding party today, he that's
Excuse me.
Pew pew.
Get the Lowe's message in a minute. 2, 1. Hey guys, we're live, and twice actually. I'm actually on YouTube at the same time, so we're gonna go put this out of the way here in a moment. So far, we had a couple spooky sessions. We're gonna take a little bit of a break, but there's things moving around here in Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys, and so definitely. Guys, well, actually earlier today, Felicia was live. Guys, I'm the Gypsy Rover. Just so you guys know. So you guys can see it's really getting spooky for Halloween around here. Totally. We'll put this over here. A little bit light. Spider lantern back there. If you guys have been following on YouTube, Haunted Hunter's Cabin shows since I started them. Oh, thank you. And like I said, Felicia and I, we pop on now and then, that kind of stuff. So, oh, man, it's tiring. But yeah, also being live on YouTube at the same time. So it's we had our opening where Felicia opened tonight up the YouTube show of Haunted Hunter's Cabin. And if you guys punch in Haunted Hunter's Cabin on YouTube, guys, you can follow all my videos on there. Definitely, it goes way back to 2016 when I started the actual haunted houses on YouTube Live and that kind of stuff on live social media. So welcome on in to those people just coming on in. Man, these lights are kind of hot. That's okay. They're meant to be the Halloween lights and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Even during Halloween night, guys. Even during Halloween night, we are gonna probably. I will be live again twice. I'll be live with you guys and also be live on YouTube as well. That's gonna be kind of the most spookiest night ever. Again, there'll be 2 other new spooky people that'll be being made up. They'll be placed at the back here, and all the we have to change the batteries back there on the Halloween tree. You guys will get the grand probably walkthrough of the haunted house. And definitely, so kind of I'm kind of YouTubing also at the same time, so you guys can see me in a bigger screen on YouTube. So I'm on YouTube Live right now as well as I'm live with you guys on here. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. And that's so. Also, too, in Haunted Hunter's Cabin, not only is it based on a summer camp legend that was told to me when I was a child, that once was based on a true legend that really happened. But today it is very, like I said, today it is told around many campfires, guys. Today. As a paranormal supernatural urban legend and that kind of thing. So I kind of bringing it out into a haunted house for Halloween, that kind of thing. So with Halloween coming up, So for the month of October, a lot of spooky stuff, guys. Totally a lot of spooky stuff. On live social media. No, thank you. I think one night. I think one night this week in Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys, we're gonna have like kind of a what you call a live chess game going over here. Totally. Since if we weren't having such of a COVID pandemic, I'd take you guys for a walk down. Now internet. Now I can't pick up outside of my baseline, but that's okay. I would have regular videotaped it and then shared it up too. From my phone up to YouTube. We would have took you guys for a walk down Elm Street up here. Totally. Yeah, we have one of those, fortunately, where I live. I think a lot of places have them. They're very rare. Like I said, there's very rare communities that actually does have an Elm Street. I just fortunately happen to live in a small town where we have one. Now this is another city that I grew up in as a child. Peterborough, Ontario, Canada does not have an ant. Maybe it does. I don't know. I probably just didn't notice. But probably does. It's probably hiding there in their back street somewhere. It's one of those abandoned, spooky, back roads you don't ever see. Back public roads you don't ever see, that is never used by the public, but it's a public road, but it's hidden off in a kind of a back dirt road, whatever, like little hidden, little hidden road that one of those back dark streets that are not lit up, totally, where there's no buildings on it. So hello to people coming on in. My mouse is moving by itself. Now, the YouTube shows, guys, is 18 plus around Halloween time. Just because some of the, with the haunted house, some of it can get frightening, that kind of stuff like that. Not saying that anybody that's on YouTube that wants to watch it that's under 18, just make sure you're supervised by an adult, just in case if some scene's scary, like when it comes down to like when I do the YouTube videos, when it comes down to the sounds of the witches and that kind of witch chants, and there's a lot of frightening spiritual stuff that goes on in Haunted Hunter's Cabin. Totally. That's what makes it so spooky and frightening, and what brings the legend of it to life. But Christmas time, when we get into Christmas time, it's not the Christmas shows are not restricted. New Year's is, but not Christmas, not Christmas Elf Lounge. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know that, Clayton. Yeah, Clayton. Sorry, I cannot pronounce your last name. Demar Creator. Great. Okay, I think I pronounced it right. But yeah. Also, too, there's like I said, sometimes too, there's real live spirits that like to creep around here too as well at night, and that kind of stuff like that. So We like to keep an eye behind me because I can't always see behind me when I'm live. When I go back and view the YouTube videos, you'd be surprised what I see. Definitely. Let me fix my hair there. Kind of put the crystal ball out of the way so I don't knock it on the floor and break it. Because I'm not like the Oracle on Hilarious House of Frightenstein, where I can keep afford to keep buying new ones. Oh, that's a little loud. Totally. The official Haunted Hunter's Cabin lantern, not really, guys. It's a new modern style one with a switch on it. I used to have a real lantern, guys, with that you actually put a real candle in when you open the door and you actually light the wick. Totally. Oh man, that is a little loud. Man, the coffee's giving me a headache. Well, at least it's waking me up. Definitely. Excuse me. Just give myself a bit of a eyeball stretch there. Don't want to stretch them too wild. Yeah, like this is so cool. They got this little dino in the corner that you can feed donuts to. That must be new. I find that is quite interesting. Pretty soon, guys. We're going to give you guys a bit of a no, we won't give anybody Beagle a bit of a spook like I do on YouTube. You guys will have to tune into YouTube for that one, because I know there's a lot of people may actually take it a little too far. That kind of stuff. I'm back in 1 minute, guys. My digital fireplace, haunted fireplace, decided it's going to. Where's my clicker? That's why I don't have to keep getting up for the controller. That's what I like about this replica of Haunted Hunter's Cabin. I'll tell you, most of it is I've gone digital for everything. But like I shared on YouTube, the original cabin, guys, still today. There's no plugs, there's no hydro, there's no power, there's nothing to run cable lines, there's nothing to run hydro lines, there's nothing to run satellite lines. Places like an old historical 1800 cabin, classical, what you call, or pioneer type cabin, still stone haunted fireplace, everything. Haunts itself, the actual stone fireplace, the logs, something spiritually is in there changing it every night. It's an unsolved mystery. The cabin is very, very, very cursed and haunted. It's the doors slam itself shut if you don't get out in time. type deal. The place has got a mind of its own, totally. It's got an old wooden outhouse. There's like candle wicks on the walls, that kind of thing. Is still, you kind of have to light your way through an old metal lantern and candlestick type thing. Not like I said, not many people people can really stay in the cabin itself, the real cabin. It's too powerful of a cabin. People run off totally. I shared my experience of that too, as when I was a camper. We were there for an overnight as a group in a camp session, and we made it through the story. But when things start creeping around, we got out of there. We didn't wait around. We didn't want to see what was next yet to come. Totally. We packed, like I said, we packed our shit and got out of there. Totally. Our sleeping bags, everything. We went back to base camp. And then, of course, the apparitions followed us and everything else like that. We started seeing things, and the actual base campgrounds were haunted, everything. The cabin itself was haunted. I tell you, it is an experience of its own. Even paranormal investigators won't even step foot on the property. They won't go past the island patch across the river. That is how, because like I said, there is a very violent, cursed spiritual force field. When it wants to keep people off there, it will. Totally. It's one of those powerful places. Like it goes through its, like, when it haunts, it goes through its spiritual. It's got a spiritual mind of its own. Like most hauntings happen and that kind of thing. It's really strong, and like I said, it's the one headless head hunter. He's a witch, so I tell you, it's like this here. What I do is just a replica from that, but I tell you, coming face to face with the real thing is a total different experience generally. So it's more of a frightening experience than anything. Totally. Or even replicancies to put on for Halloween haunted houses can be frightening, just as frightening as well, especially when it has to do with haunted hunter's cabin, and generally. But it's a Halloween haunted house that, if you're a horror movies fan, it is your cup of tea. Definitely. The way I always put it. I definitely don't think Felicia would be dancing around inside the real haunted hunter's cabin. I think she'd be running the other way. Definitely. Definitely. She'd definitely be by Felicia. She'd be getting out of there. She'd be running off. We wouldn't be sticking around. Oh, definitely. One creepy movement, I'll tell you, she'd be jumping out of her high heels. I don't even think she wears high heels. I've never seen her wear high heels. I could be wrong. But it's kind of good to see that she posted pictures of all of us on her Bigo profile. It's really nice. I think that is so nice of her. Totally. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. In general. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, they time us now? That's new. That is new. Yeah. Beagle sending messages like, "Oh, you've been on. I just got on here. Oh, you've been live for 20 minutes now. Like they're timing us. Man, I wonder who's bad, Beagle or the government." Definitely. Oh, good. You want to feed my dino? No, they tell me I can't feed it. That's crazy. May said I got one anchor dino. Oh, somebody fed my dino. Okay, thanks. I thought I had enough donuts to feed my own dino. I couldn't remember. Mary or Merv, welcome on in. Definitely. Definitely, I'm going to be back again, guys, this New Year's Eve as well, too. So definitely, I'll be live again, for New Year's Eve, YouTube and here. Definitely. Maybe Felicia might be live, too. We kind of rotate. Definitely. But, yeah. So, also, we have our what you call our spooky haunted paranormal supernatural ghost story legend hours too here in Haunted Hunters cabin. Definitely very spooky time also too. Some are told by like this. Some are done by with a narrator. I have a program narrator that I can select select audio legends from. So other people's legends can be told as well on top of the Haunted Hunters cabin. Now TikTok is different. TikTok is you can do anything on TikTok. We did what was it? We did like live performance cosplay theaters. You can do cosplay theaters. You can do favorite music videos. You can lip sync to your favorite music artist, comedy jokes. I did who in the hell put the muffins in the freezer 1, 2 to 3. Started off with kind of a Dick Tracy theme and then went into Sleepy Hollow for the last 2. New and classical. And definitely. Now, if anybody was wondering, a lot of people had questions what the Celtic Gypsy Warriors is about. Can't really take you to too much detail because of our oath. We are considered what you call a secret society, Midnight Secret Society. Now, normally, like I said, everything now is digital. But usually we started out from when I was about me and a group of friends of mine. We started out when we were kids. When we were at the summer camp, we formed an order called, and we amongst ourselves made up a secrecy of an order called Celtic Gypsy Warriors. That got into like Celtic history, that kind of stuff like that, and gypsy ghost legends, everything else like that, native ghost legends. And to get into the story of Haunted Hunter's Cabin, the counselors were part of Celtic Gypsy Warriors because they were also part of us as well. You had to be a Celtic Gypsy Warrior to get in. You had to go through the initiation and the initiating or the to get in, and you had to have your black. You had to have your black and red bandanas and black and gold crown. I'm the only black and gold crown bandana. Is the highest order of Celtic Gypsy Warriors. Definitely. You can go. And definitely. Now the Celtic Gypsy Angels Warriors, they are warriors, but they're not as high as we are. The colored bandanas. But they are now in our order. But they're lower colors. So they're like mixed aged, more or less. So they won't get into what you call horror ghost legends and that like we do. And they're not full. They're not entering into a full midnight secret society like we are. And definitely so. They be about mixed ages, more or less. Be getting the experience that if they ever wanted to become a full-fledged Celtic Gypsy Warrior, they can. At a later date, that kind of stuff like that. The colored bandanas, not the colored, but the red bandanas, and the black bandanas, guys, is our high order of Celtic Gypsy Warriors, more or less. We're more of the adult order of it all, more or less. So we're definitely not. We're not mixed ages under 18. We're specifically an order of 18 years old and older. It used to be anyways, but when I started, now it was different. When I became a Celtic Gypsy Warriors, I was 10 when we first formed it. So because we were first forming it, there was no age restriction, more or less. But when we became a Midnight Secret Society, we were getting into like, telling ghost legends, frightening gypsy tales, native legends, bringing them to life. And then when we started experiencing real apparitions and that kind of stuff like that, we declared our order as being 18 plus indefinitely. Because some of the frightening stuff we close encountered or apparitions we had in close encounter this cabin or whatever. But yeah, and some of the things we went through, like to become a Celtic Gypsy Warrior, we had to go. We had to walk through the woods blindfolded with the bandanas. We were getting like these bandanas, with no flashlight, no compass, no guides at the time. Definitely, just pitch black, dark woods. And we had to find a way to this haunted, spooky cabin. I tell you, that was in the middle of nowhere. And when we successfully got there, that's when we had our group overnight, and things started happening, and the place started haunting, and we discovered its power and everything else like that. And witnessed its hauntings and all that. So, we had went back to base camp, and like I said, that's been a part of us for years. Totally. Growing up, now we're like adults. Like we split off in our own different ways. A lot of us and that kind of stuff like that. But there's still a few of us around. With the high black bandanas or the black and red bandanas, especially the red ones. Totally. Some of the guys are still around, but they're gone on to careers or whatever. They didn't continue to follow it through like I did, more or less. They didn't keep it a part of them, because they got so busy with with everyday their adult life now and career and that kind of stuff like that. But because of a lot of our traditions, the recruiting part of it is very hard to do. And generally, there's a lot of, like I said, we don't have a president, we don't have vice presidents, we don't get into that. We don't have board of directors, we don't get into that. We don't get into that political stuff. We stay away from that. It is what you see it is, more or less. Again, we still have our traditions and that kind of stuff like that. We still keep the when we can, to initiate somebody into the order, we take them down a dark street with no flashlight, in the dark, and they have to sense which way the headless headhunters are coming, north, south, east, or west, and they have to find a way to a cabin replicancy, to whatever we assign that that's going to be. So, and then they have them to blindfold, and they're blindfolded until they go into the replicancy cabin before a haunted, either digital fireplace like this, or now electric fireplace, and they have to face their fears, or they have to face their inner demons, bravely, without getting scared and running out the door. The hard and on the walk itself. They would have had to pass through or bypass a real live cemetery in the dark with no flashlight, which is the freakiest feeling of it all. You'd have to be brave enough, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, and if they're brave enough, the blindfold of their bandana comes off and it will come over their eye when they, after the haunted fireplace, after the two headless headhunters, or they hear their apparition voices through it. When everything goes silent, a big light will go on, and their bandana is lifted from their eyes to their forehead. So, boom. That's all it is. Then they're a Celtic Gypsy warrior. They've successfully passed. Now there's people that have failed and been declined, due to the fact that the bravery's there and it was not there, and it shows they were not ready for what we do. Definitely what we're about. So we, like I said, we keep everything to like what we call a secrecy, to what we call our ghost legends and everything else like that. But because, like I said, right now with all this COVID-19 stuff like that, we can't go out. We can't go out to the backwoods paths and that kind of stuff like that. It is a lot of those pathways are closed at a designated time at night now, because it's COVID-19. Even though they did reopening them during the day, but yeah, they used to have been open to the public all the time, no matter day or night. But now, since the COVID-19 has hit, there's what you call now. There's times restrictions at certain times, and that kind of stuff like that. So it's to keep people safe and that kind of thing from the virus going around or whatever. And generally, but the actual out in the bushes or down the pass or in the woods doesn't look nothing fancy like this, guys. This is our main haunted house thing that we do on live, that kind of stuff like that, more or less. So, or what I do on live, anyways, on live stream. Just giving kind of sharing a little bit of legend, bringing it to life. But with the internet, we can't really go too much detail on the legend itself. Now I've shared a little bit of it, the outlines of it, but like I said, I can't go into too much very heavy detail of it all. Like it was told to us when we were kid campers, definitely, because it will frighten you. Totally will frighten you. What it has to say, what it talks about, explaining what a Wicca Square is, all that kind of stuff like that. It is still your everyday fractions, if you let people look at it that way. The difference between a Wicca Square and a pentagon. Now they're two different things. That I can explain to you. We resemble the Wicca Square. What a Wicca Square is you have it starts off like your everyday pentagram. It has the little what you call little star. No, guys, just let you guys know, this is not a Christian order. So technically it is nothing to do with the Star of David leading to the wise men to their king, to the birth of their king. That is Freemasons, if you want to go that detail. But yeah, it starts off with the pentagram star itself, and then the circle around it, which is your full pentagram, which is a double line circle. Then on the outside of the circle, what changes the circle, it is a boxed in square, and what that represents is the Wicca Square. That represents the what you call the actual curse that was placed on haunted Hunter's Cabin when the cabin started haunting in 1814. Where the cabin was originally built in 1812, and the actual, before the legend became a legend, the two twin native headless headhunters, before they became apparitions or ghosts, beheaded each other in a physical fight, in generally, and in 1814 they came back. Their apparition came back looking for their heads. Because the one other brother had hidden it somewhere, and he was the first one to spot his brother coming back from the grave and haunting him with no head, and then he took his brother's head. So they became both apparitions. That's all I can detail, because I can go into the whole story, guys, and definitely that will freak you the hell right out. Definitely, I know it did me. And definitely give me nightmares for weeks. Way worse than your everyday Nightmare on Elm Street. Way worse than the actual Washington Irving Legend of Sleepy Hollow. There is a bit of a relation, yes. This cabin paranormal supernatural had happened in Bobcaygeon, Halliburton, Peterborough County, where I'm originally from, where I grew up. I now live in Wyerton, Ontario, Canada, on the South Bruce Peninsula, and I know that here they have their own ghost legends, and that are historical haunting histories. But as a child where I grew up, I'm more familiar with where I grew up and that kind of stuff like that, and its history. Why it is a part of me, and that kind of stuff. And between that and the Witches of Warsaw, I tell you, again, which is Peterborough County, down there in Peterborough, Ontario, Canada. It is another legend that I've shared to a couple times, outlines of. Again, now with internet algorithm, I can sit here and share the whole thing, But definitely, guys, you'd have to make sure you guys are definitely way over 18 years of age to hear it. I'll tell you, because it'll freak you the hell out. Totally will freak you right the hell out. So but yeah, so that's why I don't go into too much detail about it. But yes, but today they've become what you call campfire legends, guys. Totally. And not saying that neither one of them. It's not saying that neither one of them were never ever true at one point. There is proven history they were, and it really happened. But today, they are told around many campfires. Definitely, campers will tell them around campfires to scare each other, that kind of thing like that. And in every time these stories are told, things happen. So like spiritual apparitions or close encounters will happen. So like I said, it is. It can be enjoyable if they're told the right way, from the right people. Definitely with Hunter's Cabin. As kids, we were the first crew to be told it in 1989, 1990. We're the only group that can tell it, is allowed to tell this legend. Anybody who's not really part of us or was not there at the summer camp sessions that didn't experience the haunted Hunter's Cabin really cannot tell this legend, or any of them from the ones I was told. Because we were the first guinea pigs that were tested on it, and we close encountered, and as kids we also seen things happen, and definitely. So we actually found the cabin. We slept in the cabin. We seen what the cabin's capable of doing. That the fact the cabin is cursed grounds, everything else like that. It was cursed by a witch. And definitely that the old camp Northern Lights, where the kids' camp sits today, is a camp that I went to as a kid. Is old historical, ancient, ceremonial, and witchery and occult grounds. Things went on there. Cult religious practices went on there way before my time, or probably in our ancestors' times, going back during the War of 1812. A lot of things have happened on those grounds, especially in that cabin, and definitely from generations to generations, to the point that it has become a historical landmark. It has been abandoned. It is definitely cursed and haunted, worse than any other haunted or abandoned places paranormal investigators have ever stepped foot in. This place here, this cabin here. That's in Halliburton Bob Cajun. No paranormal investigator team will step foot on the cabin grounds. They're too afraid to, because, like I said, there's a spiritual force field that keeps them off. So they end up camping on the island patch across the road. Not across the road, sorry, across the water, as we call it, because it sits on a river. But you can go around the river. You can go around the lake. Walk around, and then there's a bridge or whatever, and it sits in the middle of an old native cemetery, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, but then there's an island right across the river from the cabin. That's where they all pile on, is the island, and they'll sit there and they'll write, do the writing, or they'll do the picture taken from over on the island. They won't take any chances stepping foot on the actual cabin grounds, because of how powerful of a place it is, how evil of a place it is. And definitely, Romy, hey, welcome on in. Long time no see. Definitely. So I just wanted to share that, guys, with you. And definitely, I've shared that. I think I shared the outlines before. And definitely. Its history and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, like today I can sit back and watch horror movies that don't bother me any. Like it would have been when I was about 10 or 9 years of age. Totally. Like I sit back, I watch Friday the 13th, I watch Nightmare on Elm Street. I watch true paranormal investigation files, that kind of stuff. Haunting, haunting in the Connecticut, haunting in Georgia, haunting a Hill House, haunting a Bailey Manor. I tell you, and they're all based on events that really happened, really did happen. It's just all those people that experienced that were smart enough to write it down in a book and publish it. With Hunter's Cabin, we couldn't at one point because the Freemasons have kept it guarded for so many thousands of years. They never told anybody about it. Not like today, they're ready to release it and that kind of stuff like that. So they're allowing now as of back in 1989 and 1990, when they told it to us, that's when they started releasing it to letting it be told publicly, in generally, and they were okay with that. But way before those times, even when in the times the incidents actually happened, or the paranormal events actually happened, they kept it quiet for a long period of time. They were like the government. They would keep things from the general public. They would not say anything about it, what they knew of, or what the cabin, or how powerful the cabin was, or its dark history, evil witchcraft history, and everything else like that. They swore to secrecy that they would hush up and shut the hell up about it. Totally. And saying that was direct order to their members, in generally, for a long period of time. But see, today you have technology, so today all that stuff is going viral. It is all coming out of the closet, what they call coming out of the closet. Totally starting to come out of the closet now, big time. Because like some of us kids, like 1989, 1990, when we first heard it spoke about from the priest that told us, boom, it scared us. We close encountered things and noises, everything else like that. The apparitions, they weren't as bad as they were when they came back in 1814. But when I experienced them, and friends of mine experienced it, the hauntings were strong, yes, but they were not as threat. They weren't physically harmful to any of to us campers. But it's never saying that these apparitions could be. There is warnings that these apparitions can be very dangerous, and generally, if they ever wanted to get back to that point, to that haunting point, they can. Or go back to haunting the way they did, or get as strong as they did in 1814 when they first came back. So like I said, the grounds are totally 100% watched now, especially with there being with the grounds being haunted, and yet there's a kids camp operation on those grounds. Knowing, the camp directors, knowing that those grounds have ancient history or dark history to it, or paranormal, supernatural hauntings to it. That's been haunting for years, and dangerous apparitions that could be dangerous. Now, it's lucky they haven't got back to the dangerous parts like they did in 1814, but it's just disturbing sounds. But alone, just seeing the things, or close encountering them, right, or the apparitions' appearance, the way they appear, or the way the legend is told, creeps you out. Totally creeps you out. Hello to Esther, I think it is. Welcome to the live. Just want to share that. So, and that. So like I said, like even Washington's Irving story of Sleepy Hollow that happened in the States. Again, it really happened. But it didn't happen the way Hollywood projects it to happen. This is what I've shared before. These legends, yes, at one time really happened over history, over time, but would not have happened the way it is being told to today, more or less. Or if it's being imaged in Hollywood films or being imaged in an actual book, sometimes the books are based on the real events. But sometimes the movies, like the Hollywood movies or whatever, when they do go viral in Hollywood movies, they change and they change the algorithm of it around a bit. They twist stuff around. So it doesn't. So they're not revealing on what really happened, because nobody really knows what really happened. All we know is just it really did happen. But we go based on what we believe that might have happened, more or less in those days, because none of us were born yet. You're going by stuff that historical studies at the library or on Google, more or less, or history books. But even the history books, is based on yes, the focus on the true events, that telling you yes, it did happen in these years, times, in those centuries, in those days. But it is based on what a theology or archaeologist or theologian might have believed how it might have happened, but not necessarily might have it happened that way. It could have happened a different way, but the fact is, it did really happen. And the hauntings, that even today really happen. How they come back and how they haunted then, and then how the haunting is different today of them, compared to those times, if it's going up, if it's going down, more or less. So again, it is based on ghost legends now are fun to be told around campfires and that kind of stuff, electric digital fireplaces made into replicas, haunted houses. So the stories are being told more or less in a different format. Same with Hollywood films. They're twisting the algorithm around of it, more or less. So they're adding their own digital effects to it today, or before they even had the digital effects. So they're taking the information that they might have studied, and they're changing it all around, and they're just going by with what they might have believed on how it might have happened, because again, you got actors reacting stuff out and that kind of stuff like that. So in screen time or whatever, in films, they really can't go by the real events. They can't exploit the real events in Hollywood films. Now, they did with Amityville, but that was totally different. Or Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They had to make its own documentary. But basically, even when they made the documentary, they could have twisted. They would have twisted a few things around, and they would have gone by with what they believed how it might have happened, but could have happened totally different in a different format than what they published. Indefinitely. But it's neither saying are they right, are they wrong, or if it's false information. No matter which way they share it, there's no such thing as either right, wrong, or false information. In generally, because they're going by with what they believe on how things would have happened, more or less. But they would have studied it too as well. But there would have been a lot of things they would have left out, even for documentaries. They would have to leave out, and that kind of stuff like that. So that's how your horror movies, guys, today come about. You learn something new every day, indefinitely. But yes, they are all taken from real, true historical events like that, or legends that really happen, that are starting to be told around many campfires, more or less. Now, Hunter's Cabin, it didn't. It's still slowly getting to the ideal level of being accepted for vialism, going public, totally because of its history. And it's way, like I said, some of the things are familiar to Sleepy Hollow, but different, totally different. And generally, in Sleepy Hollow, if you remember the movies, or you remember the documentary, or you remember the Washington Irving legend, they talk about a British soldier losing his head, coming back for other people's heads. Well, Hunter's Cabin, instead of having a headless horseman, they're the same idea. According to, would have happened. Hunter's Cabin would happen way before Sleepy Hollow even happened. Probably around the same time or whatever. Probably by years difference or whatever. It happened here. Hunter's Cabin happened here in Canada, and Bob Cage and Halliburton. And they were two. They were two twin Native brothers. And they were when they became apparitions, they, instead of being horsemen, which, yes, you can refer them to horsemen if you want to. You don't have to. Some people do. But really, they're what you call two twin headless head hunters of Hunter's Cabin. And their native apparitions and their native garments or ghosts or figment. Or identity figment, killing, chopping off heads. The same idea as a headless horseman, indefinitely. But again, you have two Indian brothers. There's a total difference because Hunter's Cabin was more focusing on realistic stuff. We're not saying Sleepy Hollow wasn't realistic either. I would imagine, it was based on like Hunter's Cabin was. But Hunter's Cabin was not Washington Irving. There was no really writer for Hunter's Cabin, in general, or publisher, because, like I said, the Freemasons kept Hunter's Cabin, under the sheets for years. If you want to put it that way, they kept it in the closet. They never talked about it. Sleepy Hollow was always talked about. Even in General Washington Irving's time, if you're going back into history, at least when he was in his day and age, he wrote about it, his experiences and that kind of stuff like that. And he, over the years, they published his stuff, made wonderful horror movies out of it. Definitely cartoons, everything. But yeah. But yeah, so like I said, Hunter's Cabin is way, way, way more freakier. Totally way more freakier. Again, it goes more detail of the one being a witch and that kind of stuff. Cursed Grounds, Wicca Square. There is a lot of heavy, dark history to Hunter's Cabin, and definitely that's why it kind of put kind of what you call a bit of a. Today, when I go back and bring that legend of life on here now, since we're on social media, I we replicate everything, digitalize everything, narrate it by computer software, make it interesting, just as spooky. But like I said, guys, I am not going to be dumb enough to step foot back in that real cabin. I'll tell you, I was there once. I didn't like what I saw or experienced the apparitions I experienced or came close to or what I see in 1989, 1990. After the legend being told. So, like I said, it is so I had nightmares from that for weeks and that kind of stuff like that. But like saying, even my close encounters were all real. So, and what I saw was quite real, and some of the other people that were in my tent seeing it. They'd probably, if they were sitting on the side of the camp, they probably share their story on it too as well. Indefinitely. A story about Avon at our summer camp session. Now, I don't want to get into too many details. There was a boy, I'm not going to mention no names, but there was a boy in our tent. I forget what his name now was. It was years ago, 1989. He didn't even make it through the story alone. After the legend was told, and we ran off back to our base, our base tent camps. He ran another direction and got lost in the dark woods, and he came to a cliff and he jumped off off a 1,200 feet cliff, and he died. That's all we know. That's we were kids, definitely. But yeah, So this is all I remember, anyways. But all it goes to prove you that sometimes that's why I'm not going to every little detail of that legend. If you guys want any information on the every detail of the legend, because you're horror movie fans or whatever, or you want to pick up I'm burning myself on my lights. On detail of it, like I said, don't put them in the comments because I can't write every detail about it in the comments. And generally, just make sure you guys you privately inbox me if you have any questions about that. Definitely, and I can share a little bit of what I can share even on the inbox. That kind of stuff for you guys. Or if you want some more, if you're actual Hollywood actors, Hollywood directors, and you think that or you're watching my YouTube channels, and you're picking up on this Haunted Hunters cabin, and you're looking for ideas or details to make a good horror movie out of, or basically what I'm sharing and that kind of stuff, yes, you can use that, and definitely, I have no problem with that, definitely. It does need a writer. Like I said, it does need somebody to write, and I'm not good with spelling and that kind of. I was never good with spelling growing up. I make too many spelling mistakes. I stutter too much. Definitely. It does need a writer. It does need for it to be like Sleepy Hollow, it's got to have a writer. It has to have producers, directors, that kind of thing, or actors, something for they can read off of scripts from or whatever. Instead of being a one-man character show like I am, you see the characters, even in my haunted house today, Replicacy, give you some idea for costumes and that kind of stuff like that as well. Or if you're looking for the characteristics, putting together the characters for Haunted Hunters Cabin, like you got Pringles Pete, you got Felicia. You've got. You got the two headless head. You got the two twin headless headhunters. Now there's, again, like I said, according to Replicacy Haunted House or whatever, to the storyline, is there's a new witch in the cabin. Some witch by the name of Zuzu. It's an old name, not of my creation. That name's been around for years, I tell you. You don't have to go that far. You can change it if you like. When it comes down to Zuzu, definitely character. Of course, the haunted fireplace of Haunted Hunters Cabin. How to replicate. The window when the actual, again, you guys be going back to the old pioneer stone fireplaces or the old historical cabins, somewhere to replicate. The candle wicks on the wall lighting itself. Logs spiritually changing on their own inside the cabin. Door slam and jam shut. the fireplace lighting itself, technique, type thing. Blood dripping down the windows, double-edged axe, floating around or whatever. These headless headhunters going after cutting off campers' heads, that kind of stuff like that. I'm not gonna give you horror movie director. There's a lot of ideas here. My wife is gonna shoot me, definitely, because she can't watch a good horror movie without getting freaked out. Totally. These headless headhunters, like they're what you call twin native headless headhunters, and native governments, no heads. So I guess it gives you kind of gives you guys ideas for good horror movies to create for Halloween or whatever. It makes a good Halloween haunted scare or haunted story or whatever. Like I said, I've got the ideas. I've got the I've got the ideas. The imagination end of it. But when it comes down to translating on paper, I can't translate translate anything in writing. I'm not good at writing stuff down. Totally, or making a big. Up here, I can make a big, huge horror story, in live video on live YouTube or whatever. But putting it down on paper, I can't do. I can't write that all out on paper. Wouldn't know how to. Wouldn't know where to start. I would make too many mistakes, spelling mistakes. I'd be constantly scribbling out and wasting paper. Definitely. Even with the computer, like I'd be going back spell checking and everything else like that, and then key sticking, and the words would all stutter. It wouldn't make sense. Definitely. But it needs somebody that is very good at writing, fast with computers, whatever, can type 1,000 words a minute without making mistakes, and that kind of stuff like that, without having to use a spell checker. I can't. Like I said, I have stepsisters. I've got a stepbrother, but they're not horror story type people. They're not horror movie type, algorithm type people. Definitely. And my dad is the same way. He make way too many mistakes. Like, he's getting old and shaky. I tell you, man, he's way up there. He's probably all I know, he's a diabetic today. But I tell you, he wouldn't be sturdy enough to write stuff down. I tell you, he'd make too many spelling mistakes. Same with the spell checker or whatever. To record something like this, I tell you, to record this kind of a story, I tell you, because it would sell. It definitely would sell. It would. It is a type. Haunted House Cabin is a type of horror story or legend. If it was published, would sell, along with all the Stephen King stuff, all the Wes Craven stuff, the Rob Zombie stuff. I tell you, you'd be surprised. It'd be way up there. It'd be a big money maker. Totally. It would, even if it was in TV seasons, definitely. You'd get the viewers, you get the watchers, you get the people buying on DVD and Blu-ray. It is a type of thing, or technology that people be grabbing up, because there's a lot of horror movie fanatics out there. Totally would be into this crap. Definitely. I'm good, thank you. And that. But yeah, there's some ideas there for you guys, anyways. But still, at my end, I still keep my YouTube lives going with it every Halloween myself, because everybody, like, since 2016, since I brought it out in the open, as a YouTube show, or into a live haunted house, People are enjoying it totally. Especially some of the spooky props I have. They love to see the spooky props I have. I have one in a briefcase, but there's certain times that I bring that out around Halloween time, closer to Halloween, and it only comes out. Excuse me, it only comes out just for Halloween. Other than that, it creates too much of a big hateful pandemic by Christian communities. They don't like it. Definitely. But when you're a horror movie buyer and collector like I am, I tell you, you're into this kind of stuff. This is my lifestyle. This is what I do. Especially around Halloween time. I wouldn't get judgmental over that. You've got your own life to judge. Don't judge other people's lives. I'll tell you. There's the way I can put it. A nice way to put it. Or a polite way to put it. Hey, Daniel, how you doing? Welcome on in. Same with TikTok. People get on there for 60 seconds to do music videos. They do. Whoever sent the lion, thanks for the lion. They do music videos, they do comedy videos, and definitely, they go for like 60 seconds or they go for 15 seconds, and generally, or they earn their only thing with TikTok is they can't go live like we do on here or Facebook or YouTube. They have to earn their way live. They have to have up to 1,000 followers before they can even go live. They have to do 60 seconds or 15 seconds videos before they even can go live. They got to earn their way to the top. And definitely, I've been there once. That's it. I'm back at the bottom. Definitely. But yeah. Especially more so, I guess, Halloween, guys. A lot of people are now, I guess, this year is going to be celebrating Halloween from at home. More so this year now because there's, I guess, with this pandemic, a lot of people won't be handing candy to the kids. They're iffy about it because they don't know how to be able to direct the kids to the doorsteps, complying to social distancing, and that kind of stuff, or taking them up to the doorsteps of so many kids at a time. Without teaching the kids that it's not safe to travel in large groups. Now, we've always taught our kids, even when I was a kid and I was a trick-or-treater, when I was a kid, we were always told to travel in large groups. Today, the government tells you, oh, no, it's not safe because of the pandemic. Not to go alone, not to go in twos or threes. To travel, they encouraged us to travel in large groups only, kids. Today, no, they're contradicting that. Today, they're saying, oh, no, because of the COVID-19 or pandemic, because the politicianistic of it, they say, oh, no, now it's not safe to travel in large groups or three or more. Now, if they continue, or now if the people still want to hand out candy, they're suggesting the kids travel alone because of COVID-19. That's not safe. Traveling alone is never safe at all. I I'm an experience of that. When I was a kid, we were taught when we were kids, and like even in the 80s, or when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, when we went trick-or-treating, when I was 12 years of age, or I was a little kid, or, about 12, 13 years of age, typical 13-year-old when I was a kid, we were taught not to travel by ourselves ever to go trick-or-treating, to make sure that there was always older kids with us that we trust, used a buddy system. Who cares if you travel in groups of 25 people or more? They encourage that then, or travel with your parents or with some other people's parents, Now they're saying, oh no, now they're encouraging your kid, if the people still hand out trick-or-treating, to go alone. If they're of age, to go alone. To go alone, don't travel in groups because of the COVID-19 pandemic. I disagree with that totally. If they are keeping the candy circulation going, or if they're going to cancel the tradition of it because a lot of the people kind of their own judgment to their discrepancy if they don't want to worried about the big COVID-19 infection or whatever, being infected. But yeah, I can understand all that, whatever they do. But even if it is still operable and people still handing out candy, and then these kids going to strangers' doorsteps too, asking for candy, which is normal. Our government's going to tell them to travel alone. After all these years, when we always taught our kids, when our parents always taught us kids in the 80s and 90s, if you guys remember that era, if you're as old as I am, I'm 40. You remember your parents telling you the same thing they told us in those years: do not ever travel alone. Trick or treating, it is the wrong thing to do, totally, and unsafe to do. But today, because of COVID-19, our government's telling anybody that's old enough to go out trick-or-treating on their own to go alone, not to use the buddy system because they'll catch COVID-19 or they'll be infected. Community spread. This is what I said. We have a prime minister and government that doesn't think crap through before they open their mouth. Generally, I don't know what it's like down in the States. You probably guys agree with me on that one. I'm not saying that I'm supporting one group or the other. And definitely, I'm just putting my opinion across. Definitely. Just sharing what my feelings or opinion is on that. Totally. Hey, Simon, how you doing? Welcome on in. But yeah. Like I said, you never know nowadays what's looking out there. Like you got in what a lot of people think today. Yes, Halloween is a fun night to go get candy, parties, but a lot of people don't really. If you guys watch the history of where Halloween originally comes from, now just remember that I am a Celtic Gypsy warrior. We have studied a lot of this too as well, and it's based on true facts and events. That Halloween, in the early days, was founded on different occult rituals. And that it was also founded on. It was actually founded by the Celtic Catholic Church, and definitely what its history going back into the early days and what Halloween really represented, why the costumes were. If you watch the history of Halloween, how it started, on why the tradition of the costumes, why the tradition of trick or treating. Why the tradition of the parties was put together, and the traditions of the parades wasn't for attention, wasn't for to have large gatherings. It just happens. The real meaning of it was because of the Black Halloween in the early days in the 1930s. After it was founded in the early 17th century, 1800s again, more or less coming over from Ireland. The Celtics brought it over from Ireland and its traditions, and the witches' festival of Samhain, which is the long, what they call the long pronunciation to Norwegian, is a Norwegian word. Witchery word, which is a witchery word, Norwegian word, that was shortened down to All Hallows Eve, which became Halloween. And the jack-o'-lantern, the history of it. And why kids used to carve turnips before they started getting the idea to carve pumpkins. How they used to go door to door in costumes, exchanging soul cakes for people's souls, to win souls or to pray people's souls out of purgatory. And they believed that it was one night a week that the dead can come back to life, or did for centuries. and they used to light bonfires in big circles. The Celtics did. So the devil had no choice, but he had to go around in circles around the circle, because he could not enter. At that time, the Christians performed, the Catholic Christians performed an actual bonfire pentagram, which was a circle that Satan himself had to run around that circle. So he wouldn't get caught in the corners, and definitely to keep the evil spirits out, and to protect themselves from the evil spirits. The tradition of dressing up in costumes as evil spirits or as monsters protected the individual spiritually from being harmed. It's just like the idea, if you guys go back to, if you guys believe in the lamb's blood over the Jewish store in Egypt, for the angel of death to pass over, type story, if you remember that one. I'm not going into details about that, I'll tell you. I'll have every religious knocker ain't coming in here like crazy. Definitely. So there's a little bit of a history to it, and the reason for the parties and the candy tradition was to keep teens and kids out of trouble that were old enough to cause trouble back in the 1930s, from violent raids, or what you call violent behavior from breaking out, from everything from violent protesters breaking out, back those days where kids used to smash in windows, used to blow up cars. Back in those days, yeah, they had cars, they had those old fancy thingies, but they were doing stuff on what they call the night before Halloween, Hell Night, which was Black Halloween. They were doing a lot of evil stuff. And the organizations had come along and back in those times and invented Halloween parties, and invented by handing out candy as well to keep those kind of kids out of trouble. Because back in those times, without those traditions, that kind of trouble can happen on Halloween, and it's way out of any police department's control, and definitely can get out of control. So for a spiritual night like that, people used to turn on their lights and hand out candy, so that way they would not be harmed, it was more of a spiritual protection with it being Halloween. And there's your Halloween history. If you guys go on YouTube, there is a Halloween, the history of Halloween. There's a video that explains all that on there. And that, feel free to watch that, study that, and definitely. That's why I said they're ancient traditions now. This is why I said now, because we're in times of COVID-19, if traditions like that were to get canceled, the outcome of those times could happen over again, indefinitely. But in this day and age that we do not want to see happen, because there's no parties for people to go to. There's, people all of a sudden choose to, break the candy handing out tradition, that kind of stuff like that. There is always going to be, there is going to be an outburst of mobs, or could cause history to repeat itself, can cause what you call a Halloween war to break out, amongst a lot of teenagers, and young. I'm not saying young people. I mean, people younger than myself. Not everybody is like that. I'm not like that. I was never like that when I was a teenager. But I lived in a neighborhood full of teenagers like that. And like I said, it is not a nice thing to see. And definitely, so that's why Halloween is the way it is. And its traditions are never, or have never, in the right mind, should ever be canceled for safety purposes. I mean, physical safety purposes. And generally, because, like I said, it is an ancient history for years. Now, without that, that history, what happened in the 1930s could come back around and happen again, especially in these times. This is what our government doesn't actually. They're forgetting about Halloween's actual history, why the parties were invented, why the candy tradition is a tradition that it is, and why the Celtics formed these traditions, and why they brought these traditions over from Ireland, and performed what you call organized, or actual organizations, and that kind of stuff like that. And even in the 1930s and the 1940s, why the police department started making Halloween a lot more safer by hosting parties, and churches would used to open their doors and host parties, bobbing for apples, whatever, so things would not happen. Now we're in the decades that if they're going to turn around and use the COVID-19, which they can, and if they want to keep people safe, that is understandable. But if they go to cancel Halloween itself, or its traditions, that history could actually repeat itself, and it's not safe for people. It'll create a further, or what you call, more dangerous pandemic than what we're in today. Totally. Indefinitely. So they want to be careful what they're going around canceling. Now, I can understand they can cancel, over the summers, they canceled like stuff like Canada Day, big concerts, village fairs, that kind of stuff. But anything that is as old and ancient as Halloween is, and the reason why stuff was invented for Halloween, like parties and stuff, they're going to see all hell. They don't want to be responsible if all hell breaks loose over Halloween alone, because its history repeats itself. Because we've known today that history is capable of repeating itself. In general, I don't know why it does, but it does. It is capable of happening. The paranormal, supernaturally speaking, in general. But those are just an encouragement and warnings to watch out for. That's all I'm saying. I don't do that kind of stuff, guys. I don't do that kind of evil. That I kind of stuff never did when I was a teenager. I don't do that kind of stuff. But to keep you guys safe, I'm only encouraging you when you are canceling stuff, be careful what it is you're canceling or playing around with. Definitely, especially when it's an old, when it is an old Celtic tradition. It's been on this earth for years or centuries. And why it exists. It exists for a reason why it exists. And definitely. But like I celebrate from my own home, so that don't affect me because I'm at home, keeping safe, and I do my live Halloween haunted houses from inside my home, and I've got locked doors when I do it on here. Now me speaking, I am too old to go trick-or-treating, indefinitely. But I bring you guys live on YouTube, a live haunted house, that kind of stuff like that, for Halloween. So you guys have something to watch, that kind of stuff like that as well. You guys got lots of stuff. You guys got Halloween on TV, Halloween shows, horror movies, but those people don't have any of that. They want, like, let's say if all they have is just a computer, internet, and, they're tuning into YouTube, a little bit of a Halloween haunted house fright is fine on Halloween, guys. That's what Halloween's about. More or less giving you guys a good Halloween scare. But that's why I said this COVID-19 pandemic is more scarier than anything when it hit. Definitely this year alone. Yeah, like I said, like I can understand Christmas. I can understand them wanting to cancel Christmas, Santa Claus parades, whatever. Those kind of things. Those they can do. They can do safely. Halloween, guys, it is the worst thing to ever think of trying to mess with. Totally, because like I said, it is over. Even me when I was growing up as a kid, I seen outbursts and I seen what people get like. Amongst a lot of young teenagers, totally. You can see the 1930s totally coming out of them all over again. Totally, it happens so quickly. We don't want those days coming back. We do not want those days coming back, indefinitely. Now I live in an apartment building where the building has a policy that people cannot come into the building and go knocking on the doors and trick-or-treating in the building. It's not allowed because I live in an actual apartment building. But the street residents, it is their own choice if they want to hand out or not. But be advised that on the history, Halloween and its history. And definitely, that's why I said really go back and watch. You guys, if you get a chance, go on YouTube. Really, before you make any kind of new changes, make sure you guys go back and watch the history of Halloween and listen to really what the guy has to say closely in his videos on how bad it was in the early days and how those days can come back very quickly, especially in these times, especially during COVID-19 times too as well. That we don't want coming back totally. We still want to keep it safe. We still want to keep it a safe night for people, no matter how old you are. That kind of stuff like that. And generally, I hope I made some points on that one there. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Welcome on into the live stream. So, more or less. But at my end, my haunted house is still going to keep going because I'm live from inside my own apartment. So I'm safe. My doors are locked, more or less. I'm not an outdoor haunted house anymore. Like if I was still an outdoor haunted house, because I used to have a house, so I used to doll up the lawn for Halloween. For the trick-or-treaters. Now, during these times, if I had still had the house and I was an outdoor haunted house, then yes. Or a walk through with an open garage like I used to be, haunted house, through the garage and out through the backyard and out the back gate. Yes, it was classified as being an outdoor haunted house. Then yes, I would be affected with COVID. Would be affected by the this year, definitely. But I'm not because I'm indoors, definitely. So my doors are locked. I'm 3-4 floors up. So that definitely my shows are inside haunted house shows, guys. Definitely everything's digital, and I don't have to worry about chasing my shit down the street like I did for the last 5 years. Before I got this place, before I rented this place, I'm telling you. Turning my haunted house as an indoor show, indefinitely, or anything blown away or getting wet. I can even digitalize. I can digital narrate sound effects, like on YouTube. Excuse me, on YouTube Live, I can throw a horror movie on the TV in the background, guys. Again, the only thing is with YouTube, they prefer the sound to be off when it comes down to the movies end of it. Music, they don't care. It's just when it comes down to the movies, it's a big issue. So sound has to go off the TV. It's the only difference. So I have to replace the sounding with a narrator with actual Halloween sound effects. So I have to make things totally different. And generally, hey, hi, boy. Hi, Dan. How you guys doing? Welcome on into live. If you guys have any questions so far on the topic, feel free to ask. Those you can put down in the comments, but please no rude comments to do with it, or any sarcasm. But make sure, guys, if you guys have any serious questions you want to ask about what I just said about, shared a little bit about where Halloween's coming from and its traditions. If you guys have any questions on any of that, feel free to put those in the comment below, and I'll try to do my best knowledge to answer those questions for you. And definitely, I never try to be a politics show at all. And definitely, I'm more of a paranormal, supernatural type show, psychic show than anything. But make sure you guys, if you guys do want to ask, or sometimes a Felicia show, if you guys want to ask questions to especially during these times, what you may feel your Halloween may be, or discussion of maybe what your Halloween may be looking like this year, maybe or feeling different or being different from most years. Feel free to put those questions down. I'll try to answer them to the best I can, guys. I'm not a know-it-all. I don't tend to know everything. I just go by with what I study, and by my childhood experiences, and my ancestry. So, like I said, guys, it is based on what you call truth and facts. In generally, if you guys have any ideas, feel free to put those down as well. If there's anything that I could, or any concerns you guys might have that I can help you with, any or dealing with this year's kind of shut in away from Halloween or whatever, that I can help you with or whatever. This is my department, and I am a Celtic Gypsy warrior. So, like I said, I am 100% Celtic. Definitely. But I am a born Canadian citizen, but I do have an ancestry. That kind of stuff like that. I know some people tease me and call me Yoda because I have my Yoda ears stick out. Totally. But yeah. So it doesn't matter where you guys live. If you live in the United States, you can live here in Canada or whatever, or what you feel what your Halloween's going to be like this year, or what your concerns is about it this year, or being different, feeling it being different, or if your community has canceled it, or your government's canceled it, or trying to cancel it. Feel free to put those discussions down, in generally. And just kind of see, like, I can't go fight the government. I can't do that. But I'm sure I probably can help you out, give you some tips or whatever, on how to deal with those kind of situations, on how you can celebrate from at home. Or how to set up your own little celebrations between your own people that you live with in your own home. Even if you can't have people go, you can't have family come visit you or whatever. Kids can't have their play dates with their friends or whatever, or have their friends over or whatever. Whatever your situation may be or whatever, how you can still keep your kids occupied at home and still celebrate Halloween from inside your own home. And if you have social media, you can still, you and your own family can celebrate on social media. Give you some tips on that, because I do it all the time with the haunted house. So definitely, I'm a pro when it comes down to social media, celebrating Halloween. And definitely, I've done so far. My haunted house has been a success on YouTube, Facebook, since 2016. Since 2015-16. Well, thank you for the peace symbol, guys. Awesome on that one. Oh, I love the emojis, by the way. I love the little happy face emoji with sunshades. I think that is cute. Definitely. Now, yes, guys, I do wear sunshades is, even though it is after dark here, the reason why you guys see me on camera wearing sunshades is because I use very bright lighting, different styles of lighting when I'm doing my shows or whatever. Especially if it's a Halloween show like this, there's a lot of bright lighting. I could have strobe lightings going on in the background. So I like to protect my eyes as much as possible because it's the weakest organs in your body. They're not the strongest in anybody's body, actually. So because, like I said, because in my home, I've got my own built-in lighting. I create my own lighting for my live streams, and they can be quite bright at times. So, like I said, it is again. So I use a lot of bright lighting, even if I'm using strobe lighting or what type of lighting I'm using for my shows. It's bright, definitely bright. So I protect my eyes by wearing sunshades. That's why I'm wearing sunshades. If you guys are going to ask that question. TW, hey, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Just don't ask questions like how many women does it take to screw in a light bulb? That is just a stupid question. It has nothing to do with the topic, definitely. Because you know what, you're going to get a stupid answer to that one all the time, and they like to twist that one around a lot. I get that all the time. Good, Kemp. How you doing? Welcome on in. Definitely, because I remember the stupid answer to that one would always be, none they can do the dishes in the dark. Well, what do we have here? It's dark. I have got no women in the kitchen washing dishes because they're smart. They all do it in daylight. Does that answer your question? Definitely. So welcome to the new people coming on in. We got Channer Ellen Ish here in Canada. Welcome on in. I see the Canadian flag, so that's how I know you're here in Canada. I don't know if you're here in Ontario, but different parts of Canada, that kind of stuff like that. Welcome on in. So if you guys, also too, if you guys are checking out my YouTube channel, guys, do look up. I've got lots of YouTube channels. Definitely. Wherever you see my picture pop up on a YouTube channel, that's my YouTube channel. I got a lot of them. I got a lot of videos to do with Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys. Totally. Just punch in Haunted Hunter's Cabin. You'll find all my videos. They're all there. Totally. From years past, everything else like that. I've got a big, what you call a whole laundry list of them. Totally. You guys will enjoy them. Goes way back to when I started in 2015, 2016. Bringing it to life in a haunted house anyways. Definitely. I'm on live social media. Somebody feeding my Bigo Dino. He got me fat. Definitely. Eating all them donuts. They should have, you know what they should have done with the little Dean? I'm not giving Bigo any ideas, but you know what? If you guys are going to if they're going to create these little dinos, I see them in different little costumes when you go and watch people's different live streams. They should dress these dinos up in police officer uniforms, and you're feeding them donuts. I'm not going to give Bigo any ideas, but it will look sweet, when you're going to... when you go into someone else's live stream and the little dinos are in all these different costumes, like there's a Japanese costume, there's there's a South African safari costume, I don't know, set up these little dino icons, guys in police officer uniforms, little police officer hats, shirts, everything, little belts, and then feed them the donuts. It works. Definitely. And look cute. Definitely look cute. Oh, somebody could laugh out of that one. But no, I'm not trying to be insultive, anyways, on that one. Definitely. But yeah, there's an idea, anyways, for Beagle. I don't think Beagle would even use that idea, but they probably will after now me putting my foot in my mouth. Definitely. ID number. Hey, welcome on in. Get yourself a name, or Felicia will boot you out. You don't want that. So like I said, your profile, what your ID number is. Just replace that with a name. You can make up any type of nickname you want. Just as long as it's a name, so don't get mistaken of being an anonymous profilist. I know some of you guys are new, so if you guys have been on here for like years and you still haven't changed that ID number, that's probably why you guys get booted out of a lot of live streams, is because you're a no name person. Your profile has no name to it. You're just a number. You're not a photo, and you're just a number. You're not a name. So the algorithm of the software doesn't recognize you as being a name or a number, so the admins kick you out, or the host kicks you out because they don't know who you are. So even if it isn't like Spanish writing, Arabic writing, or whatever, a name's a name, a name, a name. Even if people can't pronounce it, as long as there's something there to identify a name that identifies you as being a real account, a name's a name, a photo is a photo. Then definitely, even if it's a cartoon photo of SpongeBob, even or Santa Claus, or a Power Ranger, or whatever. What other characters are out there? Alpha, from one of those Simpson movies, cartoons, Batman, Superman, whatever. It doesn't have to be a physical picture of yourself, as long as it's something that identifies your account as being a photonized on a profile and your name. So, or some type of a nickname or whatever that you choose to call yourself. And that kind of stuff like that. So you don't get mistaken and get booted out of people's live streams. But welcome to North America. How you doing? Welcome to the live. Sen Fitzpatrick. Welcome to the live stream. So again, there's a little bit about Haunted Hunter's Cabin there for you guys. If you guys want to go watch my videos on YouTube, feel free to, because I'm on YouTube, guys. I'm also on TikTok. I used to share all my TikToks to YouTube as well, and Facebook. But I've got so many TikTok videos that I'd be here for years until I'm an old man in my 190th year by trying to put all my TikToks on YouTube. I'll tell you, I get too many. I'm always making TikToks. Definitely. Same with my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel alone is got a lot of videos. Have fun watching them, I'll tell you. And I've got a lot of YouTube channels. Totally to make room for all my videos. I'll tell you, they take up a lot of room. I don't believe in deleting them. I keep them all. Every single video I make, I keep them. All my Haunted Hunter's Cabin videos. So like I said, guys. So if you guys want to watch some of those, feel free to go on there. They're all on there. The ones I could get on there. I've got old Facebook accounts with old videos on it that I didn't get up to YouTube. It takes forever. I've got lots. I'll tell you. Jessica Sonny, welcome on in to live. Haven No Hoot, welcome on in. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that in a minute here. Definitely. Okay, I just gave you a follow. Definitely. Yeah, I just followed you like 2 minutes ago there. And When where am I from? I like I was saying, I originally grew up in Peterborough, Ontario, Canada as a child. I was born in Napanee, Ontario, Canada. I am now living in Wyerton, Ontario, Canada, on the South Bruce Peninsula. And that on Lake Huron, Georgian Bay area. Okay, cool. So it gives you kind of answers your question on that one, if you were wondering. Oh yeah, you can stay and watch the videos if you want. It's up to you. And I'm on YouTube Live, and also too, I'm on Bigo Live at the same time. Just concluding tonight's Haunted Hunter's Cabin shows on YouTube, guys, for Halloween. And definitely, like I said, it's going to go to October 31st. Some nights, sometimes I get really spooky, and then sometimes, we go into what you call a live ghost chase, that kind of stuff like that. And that, so like I said, it's ideas like from a childhood legend that was told to me when I was a child. That was first introduced to me as a child. It scared me and that kind of stuff like that. And Close Encounters, I kind of shared stories of, and that kind of thing. So it gives you kind of a bit of an idea on what Hunter's Cabin is like compared to Sleepy Hollow. Some things are the same, yes. Some things are way different. Also, too, what I didn't share was what was actually shared in the legend, according to going back to the actual events of 1812, about how the RCMP involvement with Hunter's Cabin was like, and how they were introduced to the witchcraft and the cabin, that kind of stuff like that. So that detail we will not go into at all, and definitely, but it is in the legend, that kind of stuff like that. I could have replicated that part of the legend, but no, I chose not to. Definitely. I mean, replicated what I can remember, anyways, on what I experienced, how it was talked about, how the legend was introduced to us, and my camp experience as a kid at summer camp, as a child, bringing all that memory back into a live haunted house today, more or less, for Halloween. And how I kind of digitalize the effects now too, that some of the background sounds you hear, that kind of stuff that we're doing like kind of digitalizing everything, more or less, through a narrator. Like wonderful world of computers, everything is all digital now, that kind of stuff like that. Or digitalizing. Where if we were at the real cabin, totally, guys. One, we would not have internet to be able to go live. I'd have to go in with a real live VHS videotape camera. No way to plug it in. Definitely hope to God the battery worked. Definitely, like cell phones, no way to charge them up, whatever. No, electronics won't work there. If we were able to pick up anything like that, we would have to make sure batteries were fully charged, or have a battery pack on us that was fully charged to operate equipment. And definitely, and then off of it, off the ground. So then they have to insert the video into a computer and upload everything. Totally, a lot of work. Totally a lot of work. Hello to another ID number. And definitely, like I said, guys, Bigo's not jail, so you guys can make up a profile name, for your profile. Definitely. So people know who you are. So they're gonna do just all these ID numbers, boom, boom, bang. Definitely. But yeah. Jess Twinner, welcome into the live. I'm kicking something over here. I'm gonna again, like I said, guys, I'm gonna take questions and that kind of stuff too. Gonna be on here for a couple more minutes, and then I'm gonna continue on with you too, and that. But I give you some kind of Bigo time too as well. Like Felicia was saying that I was gonna do a quick appearance and that kind of stuff like that during the live stream and that kind of stuff like that as well. You guys are gonna see a lot of me too as well. And you're going to see a lot of Felicia too. A lot of Felicias. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of Felicia too. Like I said, Felicia comes and goes. And definitely. She, like I said, she did an awesome opening. Excuse me, for my YouTube channel live tonight, guys. She did an awesome opening tonight. I have to give her credit for that. Totally. It was comical, the kind of stuff like that as well. Very musical at that. I thought that was kind of cool. I'm still going to take, I still got a few more minutes. I'm still going to take questions, concerns on what you, like I was saying, what you feel your Halloween's going to be like this year, or any concerns about it. More or less. If you need tips on that kind of stuff like that, how to create your home celebrations and that kind of stuff like that, or if you use live social media, how to turn your home into an everyday, move your everyday Halloween activity from being outside or from your parties, ideas into just you and your family that lives with you at home. And how you can actually go live or turn your own front living room into a haunted house for Halloween for live social media. If you're kind of be stuck at home, if you're into live social media, I can give you tips on that or ideas. If this is what our future's gonna, what Halloween's gonna look like in our near future, and definitely. Rahul, Chumo, welcome on in. Now, I don't know. There is some countries that never heard of Halloween, that doesn't experience it. But it is like I said, it is a holiday in October, or day and night that does come no matter where you live in the world. But a lot of countries wouldn't know of the word, or doesn't experience the word, or have never experienced what Halloween looks like or what it is. That's just, so it's probably going to be new to some people, definitely. But in our Canadian culture, or in our American culture, the history of Halloween, where it comes from Ireland or whatever. It was a tradition that the Celtic Irish brought over. Of course, yes, the Irish bring everything over. They introduced us to a lot of stuff. Definitely. If it's not Ireland, it's Scotland. If it's not Scotland, it's England. If it's not England, it's Germany, or Russia. One of those two. Anywhere else you never hear of, or Italy. Anywhere else in the world you never ever hear about them introducing us to any holiday customs. Or Israel. That is it. If you want, if you were looking at festivity wise on a lot of stuff, of its ancient history or traditions. So anyhow, I'm live on Beagle for a few more minutes here. So you guys feel free to send those questions in if you want to on the comment bar. I'll answer them as much as I can. If you guys don't have any questions, that's okay. I'll be back on again later. Or you can inbox me the questions if you feel more comfortable inboxing the questions or whatever. I'll try to get back to you and answer you as much as I can, indefinitely. So I'll try to answer them for you. If you guys think that your questions have already been answered, and that, so you guys can inbox me any of those good comments or whatever, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I'm just gonna go continue on with YouTube tonight and that kind of thing, and come into the closing end of the Haunted Hunter's Cabin for tonight, guys. Totally. So we tried not to go too late, but some nights we do go late, depending on what time I start too, especially with it being October or whatever, especially with it being Halloween season, Halloween month, more or less. It depends which way the spirits guides us in the show, or how spooky it gets. I tell you, it's a lot of spooky stuff this time of year. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning on in, and we'll catch you guys later. And that, so bye for now. Back to YouTube, guys. Totally. Sorry about that for that break. We couldn't whisper too much on Beagle because I can hear you whispering. Because they'll say, "Why are you whispering?" Really? There's songs to do with the 20s and 30s? 1910s, 20s, and 30s? Okay.
We created the Pandemic Relief Program because at Hydro One, we believe.
We're here to keep the lights on so our customers can focus on their families.
Guys, spooky.
Spirit fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, we will kindle a fire. Spirit fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit fire.
So long.
Worlds are turning, and we're just hanging on, facing our fear and standing out there alone. There must be someone who's feeling for me. Bring me a higher love. Bring me a higher love.
Sorry about the narrator, guys. Advertisement.
We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain, flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain, flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain, flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain, flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain, flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, goddess, goddess. We all come from the goddess, goddess, goddess. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain, flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain, flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain, flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain, flow into the ocean. I'll take thee away into a land of enchantment. Come, little children, the time's come to play here in my garden of shadows. Follow, sweet children, I'll show thee the way through all the pain and the sorrow. Weep not, poor children, for life is this way, murdering beauty and passion.
keep burning myself on my lights.
Hush now, dear children, it must be this way, too weary of life and deceptions. Rest now, my children, for soon we'll awake into the calm and the little children, I'll take thee away into a land of enchantment. Come, little children, the time's come to play here in my garden of
So guys, thank you so much for tuning in to Haunted Albert Night, guys. It was awesome. Hope you guys had a spooky little time. I think I will. At least did. And like I said, guys, I'll be live for the whole month of October with Haunted Hunter Scotty. I'll tell you, Felicia, I don't know, the characters in Haunted Hunter Scotty in my life. And like I said, guys, it was spooky. Maybe not.